My mic was muted. Welcome, everyone. Hello. How is everyone doing? I keep forgetting I need to set a mic setting real quick because it keeps resetting for some reason. All right. So now, welcome to the very first ever RPG design session where I design an RPG live on stream, or at least part of an RPG, depending on how far we get, etc. And go a bit into the design process, answer questions that might pop up, talk about just maybe RPG philosophy in general, if that's relevant, and so on and so forth. But yeah, very excited to do this. I've had 4 hours of sleep. So yeah, let's see how well I do today. Hopefully future sessions will go better. Not saying that this session is gonna go bad. I don't know yet if this session is gonna go bad. But again, this is a creative session. I need to think a lot. I need to have a lot of ideas. And yeah, 4 hours of sleep, like I said. So let's see here. Let's see if this will work out. So why am I doing this? Several reasons. Reason number one, I just really enjoy and enjoy designing role-playing games. I've been doing so for basically a quarter century now. Ever since I found out what RPGs were back when I was a kid. And yeah, I've delved into a lot of design. I've participated in a lot of forums, in some smaller competitions, just done a lot of designing and reading and discussing and so on, of RPG design. Well, tabletop game design generally as well, but my focus has always been role-playing games. And second, RPGs are cool, RPGs are fun, RPGs are amazing. And this is one way for me to bring role-playing games what they can do, how they can work, how to maybe design your own or homebrew your own, into the people's hands. I don't know if that sentence made sense, but I hope you understand what I mean. Right? So there's a lot of people who play RPGs. There's a lot of people who run RPGs, probably much better than I do, who have amazing insight on how to do those things, right? How to play well, how to run well, how to prepare adventures, how to I don't know, work as a team. There's a lot of great blogs and YouTube channels and such out there that talk about a lot about the playing and running aspect of games. So if you are looking for things like that, for various games as well, various systems, D&D of course, but also system agnostic, or for various other games that are out there, and there are so many cool other games out there. So you can of course check those things out. But what I can do is look at the design side of things and look at the RPG as a game, role-playing game as a hobby and a philosophy, how that works, the theory behind it, as scattered and incomplete as it is right now. So, yeah, and third, I just want to design games again. I haven't designed in a while. Well, that's not true. I'm always designing, always thinking about things, ideas, but I need to get thoughts on paper, essentially, right? I need to get projects. I need to get things sort of complete. So that's another reason why I'm doing this. Um so yeah, if you are in any way interested, what are you designing today? Hi Aqua. How are you doing? I don't know yet. I have so many ideas for games that I wish to explore that I don't actually know yet. There are so many possibilities, and that's the wonderful thing about RPGs, right? There are so many types of stories that you can tell, so many ways to do the gameplay to enhance the collaborative storytelling. Um, that I seriously don't know. I have thought about it. I've thought a lot about it. Um, but yeah, I'm not sure. So hold on. Let me first set up the scene. I should have probably set this up. Where is this? Is this capturing properly? This doesn't look like it's capturing properly. Nope, it's not capturing. Why are you not capturing Krita? Hello? Oh no. Window capture. Capture method. Maybe that will change. Aha! Okay. Now it's capturing it. Alright. So let's go here to Krita so that I have a board, and let's play some music. Uh let's see if this is coming through. I'm barely hearing anything. My headset is about ready to die, so I need to get a new one. Excuse me. Okay, how's this for the levels? Uh, all right. Okay. Okay. I mean, we can brainstorm together, right? If you want. And this is an open invitation to anyone else who might be here. We can brainstorm together. That's why I'm doing this live, right? So for one, that you see the process, but also that we can collect ideas together. All right. So, how do you start designing a game? Um, there are many, many philosophies and ideas opinions on this. My opinion is this: if you are just designing for fun, if you are just starting out, if you are just experimenting, if you just want to, I don't know, homebrew, if you just want to try, if you just want to get into this hobby and treat it as a hobby for now, just start. Just, right? If you're designing a game, you most likely have some sort of idea of the game that you wish to design. Pick the part that excites you the most and just start. Right? Just go into it. Be that a theme, a story, a mechanic, a character, art style, what have you, right? Just anything, just what excites you about this game idea, pick that, go, and start. That is not a bad way, because design is a skill that can be learned and practiced. And just like any skill, you can learn a lot just by doing it, right? By just going in, by trying things out, and you're not gonna break anything, right? You're not gonna destroy your game idea or what have you just by playing around with it. Um, go and start and gather some experience, right? Just see, oh, okay, so maybe you discover that design includes this, and oh, maybe you get some sort of finished product and you go, oh, this something's not working. What is going on here? And that is very likely to happen, and that's perfectly okay. That's part of the learning process. If you want to then start taking this more seriously, if you wish to adopt a more structured approach, if you wish to look more into the theory, then we need to talk about design goals. So, design goals. Whenever you are designing anything, and I mean anything, not just games, but if you're designing a chair, if you're designing a car, if you're designing a new dish of food, if you're, I don't know, designing a bridge, etc., etc., etc. If you're designing anything, you need, or you typically have a design goal. And yeah, no, you need a design goal. A design goal is, what do you want the end product to be or to do? What are you focusing on? Right? So when you're designing a chair, you might have as a design goal a chair that is comfortable and healthy for your back. That is a design goal. You can also have a chair that uses this particular material. Maybe you want to design a chair out of, I don't know, wattle and daub, right? Basically mud mixed with straw. Sure. Your ears are on fire? Oh no. You'll be lurking? Okay. I hope your ears will calm down. And yeah, thank you for lurking. And yeah, good. How do you say get well? Lupus is being a jerk. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. So yeah, then yeah, definitely take care, Aqua, and do rest up. Where was I? Cool. Okay, I trust you. Um, where was I? Design goals, right? So you can say, I wish to design a chair out of a specific material, or a chair that is made from basket weaving techniques, right? Or you can say, I wish to make a chair that is full of spikes. Sure, that is a design goal, right? You have to realize that your design goal doesn't have to match what quote unquote everybody else expects, right? Most of the time when we think of a chair, you say, okay, we oh, someone just Vessel just gave me a shout out. Okay. I was like, what's going on? Most of the time when you're designing a chair or when you're telling people, oh, I'm designing a chair, people will think, oh, okay. So it's something to sit on, right? It's like it's supposed to be comfortable, etc., etc. And then you can say, well, no, that's not my goal. My goal is to have fun with it and design a chair full of spikes and glass shards and nails, you know? Is it gonna be a chair that people can sit on? Probably not. Was that the goal when you started designing it? Also, no. Right? So, your design goal is what do you wish to achieve with this product, with this thing, and uh, and that will guide your design. And as you can gather from my silly examples, you're if you're designing an RPG, you can design an RPG to do whatever you want, to be whatever you want. It doesn't have to be an RPG that, again, quote unquote, everybody enjoys. Right? It can be a design where you're just experimenting. I've done those, right? Where I just pick a mechanic and see, can I make this mechanic work? And that was the design goal. Um, and besides, if you've played any amount of RPGs or talked about them or heard anything about them, you probably know that different people enjoy different things about them. Right? There are many different kinds of fun, many different ways to enjoy playing RPGs. Or not just playing, people enjoy RPGs by reading them or watching them, right? That is also completely valid. And so no single RPG is going to satisfy everyone, is not going to fulfill the need for fun for everyone, right? So this is where design goals come in. Design goals say, what do you want to do? What do you want to achieve with this game? All right. So that's the very first step, knowing that design goals are a thing. So, how do we find these design goals? There are a number of ways to do so, and there is a set of questions called the Big Three. If you Google RPG design, Big Three, and so on, you will find them. The funny thing is, though, there are actually two sets of Big Three, which are very similar. Um, two different sets created at roughly the same time, right? Early 2000s, when RPG design theory started to become a thing, right? Was very, very nascent and started to grow back then. So, yeah, about 20 years ago. Um, and the big three, you can kind of combine them into like 4 or 5 questions. They share the first question, and some other question is like basically asking the same thing. And I like using this because as a newbie game designer, when you look at the big three, you will usually be stumped because it forces you to look at RPGs and RPG design in a way that you probably have never done so before. And you might not know what to do with it. And that is good. That is broadening your horizons. That is expanding your RPG design prowess, right? It plunges you. Well, it doesn't plunge you into the cold water because you can just ignore them and just design what you know. But it opens the door and says, "Look, this is how you can actually think about your game." Right? Um. So let's stop talking abstract. Let's go into it. What are these questions? So the first one is the one that's shared. What is the game about? This one is pretty self-explanatory. Right? This is your elevator pitch in a way. Right? What is your game about? What are you trying to do with this game? Um, and most people, when they design, they can answer this question, right? Not, oops, this is how I drag. Okay, not too big a problem. Do I have a? Do I want a different color for my answers? Maybe. Um, let's go with something that is not very aggressive. Okay, so what is the game about? So let's just start with that. Except ads are gonna start soon, so I will I will use the ad time to think what I want to work on today. I mean, I've planned to make this a series, so um, like it's I can go through all of my ideas eventually. Maybe I have so many ideas. Um, but which one I'm gonna pick for today as an introduction, essentially. Um, also 4 hours of sleep, so brain is a bit slow today. Um, I I may need a little bit more time to think and decide on what to do and which game to pick and what to do with it, right? To actually design. Mm, like, do I pick something that's, for example, very different from D&D, a game that probably most people know?
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
I don't know. I I don't know if I pick that. Like, how valuable will that be? Can I pick something? Do I homebrew? Mm, not not really plan to do that today, so I will have no ideas um on that. Besides, I haven't read up on D&D lately. Like, I know how the game works. I've played it several times, but I don't know it enough to trust myself to homebrew to the level that would satisfy my personal uh my what's the word I'm looking for? Not like quality assurance in a way. My my level of what I want to convey here with the game design, because homebrewing is easy. Homebrewing is just you change things or you remove things or you add things, done. But doing this with a game design mindset is something else, right? So uh I don't trust myself to be able to do that. Okay. So ads should be done, give or take. Welcome back. So, thinking about what to do, what game to design. So, what is the game about? Question number one. Let's go with one of my ideas that is maybe a little bit easier to execute. So, Call of Cthulhu is a game based on H.P. Lovecraft and assorted other authors and creators' Cthulhu mythos. And it's basically about a bunch of random people, more or less random, ordinary people, who get dragged into a mystery case. And at the heart of this case is something to do with the Cthulhu mythos, right? Cultists, or an actual monster, or an artifact, or something, right? And the whole point of Call of Cthulhu is that you are an ordinary person who is in way over their head, and the more you investigate this mythos, the more you uh, discover the cosmic horror elements to it, the more your mind starts to break from just human minds were not built to understand uh, Cthulhu mythos objects and knowledge and information and such. So the more you get into it, the more your mind breaks, and essentially at the end, it is expected that your character goes insane, right? And just either dies or goes insane or something, and you're fighting a losing war. You're just trying to win this particular battle in a way, right? So it's a horror RPG that is the antithesis of D&D, kind of, where D&D is more of a power fantasy. Call of Cthulhu is more ordinary people who have no proper way of dealing with the horrors, right? You cannot fight a Cthulhuid monster, for instance, right? Who are who have no real way of dealing with the horror and can only delay the awakening of Cthulhu, and the characters are not equipped both literally and mentally and such to deal with this. Right? So I want to design a game on the Call of Cthulhu Cthulhu mythos, right? Same investigators go investigate something eldritch, and the same kind of horror should persist. Powerlessness kind of deal should persist. So, Cthulhu mythos. Of course, I misspell Cthulhu mythos investigators. Now there are a lot of games out there that deal with this subject matter. A lot, because it is such an interesting subject matter to play in a game. Right? Call of Cthulhu itself is in its 7th edition, I believe. And there are a whole bunch. There's like Trail of Cthulhu, there's Delta Green, there's uh names. I cannot remember any names right now. There's like Cthulhu mythos in various different timelines. There's a lot of other games that implement Cthulhu mythos. They're not necessarily about the investigation portion, but they just have pieces of the Cthulhu mythos in them. Right? But I am going back to the roots of these investigators, right? Cthulhu mythos investigators, Um, so what is driving this, right? Who uh who risk losing their humanity as they delve deeper into the mystery, right? The investigative mystery, and the mythos itself. Now, note that I wrote humanity, not sanity. And most games that deal with this paranormal investigator um, thing you lose is your sanity. That is problematic on various fronts, and I want to try a different angle. Right. So, doing this question. Um, okay. So that was the first question. Right? What is the game about? Pretty simple. Right? Elevator pitch. One sentence. Keep the answers short and snappy. Um, so that you don't write an entire essay here, because then you might lose the design goal in your answer somewhere, and then you have to parse your answers again and extract the actual design goal, or you might stuff too much into there, and that will pull your design into too many different directions. Keep it short, keep it small, keep it simple, especially if you're just starting out. Right? Design a small game as you start. Right. Now, the second question is interesting. Some people might have grasped this. To some people, this will be like, huh? I've never thought about that. So, how is the game about that? So we now know what the game is about. But how how do I know when I play the game, when I read the rules, how do I know that this is what the game is about? Right? And it it doesn't help if you just write it into the rules. If you just open your book with, this is a game about Cthulhu Mythos Investigators, blah 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 blah, and then your game is something completely different. Right? The actual rules and mechanics and themes and such are in the game are something completely different. Then your game is not actually about that. You claim it is. Anyone could claim anything, right? It's like, I wish to make the most comfortable chair ever, and then the actual chair you design is full of spikes and shards of glass. You can claim that this is the most comfortable chair ever, but your actual design says something completely different. Right? Same idea. How is the game actually about what it is about? So, what do we need to focus on? We need to focus on um, characters need to constantly be wary that investigating costs their humanity, right? And they need to actively try to balance slash restore it. There, right? So if the game is about people going out investigating Cthulhu Mythos things and risk losing their humanity, then you need to make this risk losing their humanity a central point of the game. This needs to be in there, right? So characters need to be constantly wary that they can lose humanity in the course of the investigation. Um, and they need to take steps to restore it, right? So the game is about the push and pull. Let me add that. Right. So it's no. I will add that later because that is actually part of a different question. All right. So this question number 2, this is from the first set of big 3. The second set of big 3 has a very, very similar question that I kind of sort of answered here already. So this is 2A, and then you have 2B. What do the characters do? Right? I basically already answered this one. Characters go out and investigate, right? It helps to say characters have a drive to investigate, right? And that is something a lot of Cthulhu Mythos games don't include or gloss over. Call of Cthulhu, ironically, being one of them. And that is these people are just ordinary humans, and they are pushed into investigating this mystery. But the motivation as to why is never really established in the game, right? And it is unclear whether this motivation is supposed to be an inner push, as in the characters have some sort of personal drive that pushes them to investigate this, right? It can be anything, can be part of the player background, PC background and such, right? You pick one and then you play it, sure. Or if it's a kind of outside pull where the mystery forces them to investigate for whatever reason, right? The second one is much weaker because it takes away player agency. It needs to be established not by the game system but by the content, and that is just pushing the responsibility off to adventure writers and GMs, which I view as weak design. And it's just generally a feels bad moment, right? But the whole characters have their own inner drive to want to investigate for whatever reason. Maybe a good NPC friend is involved. Maybe they were personally harmed by whatever was going on. Maybe they just have a heroic archetype and they just want to help, right? Or whatever. or someone's past comes back to haunt them and they need to put it back to rest. There's a lot of possibilities, but that is never really established in the game. Right. So that should be important to also have, and their characters need to have a drive to investigate, and then they are kind of sort of willingly risking their humanity. And this is where the next questions come in. Right? So we're already establishing something for the next few questions. So the next two questions can also be grouped together in a way. So question 3A is, what behaviors does the game incentivize? AKA the murder hobo problem. I say problem. It's not a problem if everyone is on board, very importantly, right? Murder hoboing is only bad if someone at the table doesn't want it. Usually the GM, who's also meant to have fun, GM is also a player. People tend to forget that. But if everyone in the group, including the GM, is on board with murder hoboing is good. It is fun. You are doing it right. But yeah, what behaviors does the game incentivize? Essentially, how does the system make sure that players want to do these things? If you give every single creature, monster and NPC, an experience value and treasure when you kill it, players will kill everything because they get experience and treasure. Right? Especially if you then make experience and treasure important or desirable, then you have just ensured that players will kill everything. Right? If role-playing your character has a system to give you experience or somehow reward you in a different way, then players are incentivized to roleplay their character. And I chose my word carefully there, has a system to reward you. Right? We will get into that later. So, what kind of behaviors does the game incentivize? There are two major behaviors here that I see. And those behaviors create a conflict. Navigating that conflict is the fun of this game. So, two different behaviors are incentivized, right? First, investigating. Investigating and uncovering more of the mystery. That is incentivized by things like the story progressing, by things like fulfilling your character's drive and motivation, right? Maybe by you could gain experience or something like that as you uncover things and grow your character that way, right? Or make their character more interesting. Plenty of ways to incentivize player behavior. And that's the first one. And then the second one, maintaining humanity is the one is also incentivized. Mainly because if you lose all your humanity, your character goes through some horrible fate. Either they die or become a monster or go insane or whatever, blah, turn into a puddle of goo. I don't know. Right? But maintaining humanity is also incentivized. So you have these two competing interests pulling you in two different directions, right? You want to keep investigating, but investigating loses humanity, and you want to maintain humanity as well. So that's the conflict. And a very important third one that I feel needs to be incentivized as well is collaboration and cooperation. It is very easy to overlook this one, right? And just say, yeah, sure, the players are meant to play together, are meant to work together. But having a system in place for that actively rewards players for uh, cooperating and collaborating through their characters is very powerful and can tie into the rest as well. Like you can have one way of restoring or maintaining humanity is through collaborative actions, for instance. And another way of and a way of, I don't know, advancing in the mystery is also through cooperation, right? So you can have this third one be the foundation that the other two are built upon. So instead of a bunch of lone wolves getting together, you have a team or a you can still have a group of random characters, normal, ordinary humans that don't know each other, but they are incentivized to work together because the players get rewarded if they do. Right? And that cuts out the need to establish that, oh, all you know each other, you have history together, what is your party name, blah, all that thing. You can indeed just have a bunch of people who don't know each other come together, be involved in this mystery, discover that there's some eldritch horror lurking in there, and still continue to investigate and work together as a team. So that is quite powerful if I can pull this off. Right? All right. And then the next question. Hello? Is this okay? The next question. And this question stumps a lot of newbie designers. I know because I was once a newbie designer as well. It stumped me when I was looking around on game design forums back in the day. A lot of other newbie designers were stumped by this question and were saying like, "Wait, what does this mean? What is going on here?" But this is the question that has the potential to really open your eyes and look at your design in a new way. And that is, what do the players do? We had what do the characters do? Sure, that's pretty obvious. That's relatively easy, right? It's like, okay, my game is about this and the characters in there do this and this thing. What do the players do is looking at the role-playing game as a game. So what do the characters do is role-playing part, is the role-playing part of RPG. What do the players do is the game part of RPG. The players are not the characters. The players are not investigating. The players are not at risk of losing their humanity. That's the characters. What do the people sitting around the table or sitting in front of their computer, how do they experience fun? Why do they want to play this game? That is what this question's asking. And I've basically already answered this in my ramblings. I haven't written it down yet. What do the players do? The players navigate the two opposing. Yeah, come on. Motivations of the character. Right. Which are investigating versus humanity. Right? And navigating this and trying to balance it out and trying to satisfy both of these motivations. And remember, you are incentivized and rewarded by the game to do both, right? And then navigating these two, balancing them out, pursuing them both, that is where the fun is. The mechanical fun. Of course, any role playing game will also implicitly have the fun of creating the story together, possibly, right? Collaborative storytelling, hanging out, blah, all that good stuff that we know role playing games for. But you don't need this game to do that. Think about that for a second, right? As the ads start playing, and I will get up and stretch and hydrate and such. You don't need this game to enjoy role playing together and storytelling together. What does that mean? Took me a while to get it. And it is a point that people who merely play RPGs, especially people who only play one RPG, such as D&D, might not understand. And I say this because I have encountered this countless times. But do think about it. Right? In any case, I will hydrate and stretch and eat some more of my breakfast right now because I haven't had any. 4 hours of sleep, no breakfast, and now I'm designing RPGs. Woohoo! Don't become a streamer, kids. Learn from my mistakes.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
No, I'm surprised I'm able to still do this much. Um, Even though my brain feels a little bit mushy. So, yeah. Mm, yeah, I have so many possible ideas. And I have to say, this game isn't designed yet. I am actually designing this right now. I've thought about it before. I've had some ideas on it before, but I haven't actually designed this one yet. Right? This isn't me picking one of my finished games. Imagine me having finished games. Couldn't be me. Um, and and then just mock redesigning it in a way. No, I'm designing this right now, and that's exciting. Hmm. All right. Welcome back, everyone. And yeah, so now we have our very high level initial design goals that will help guide our design. And now that we have these, that this doesn't mean that these are set in stone. This is the game we must create. But further down the line in the design and development process, if we ever have any doubts or questions or uncertainties about what to do, how to implement a mechanic, whether to include something or not, we can come back to this and see, okay, does this thing that I'm about to do in the design, does that reinforce my design goals? Does that aid my design goals, or does it maybe mess them up? Does it go against them? Does it not help? Is it superfluous? And so on, right? And these are basically our own established, I don't want to say principles, but they are our guide rails, right? So that our design can stay on target, right? Okay, now what? Well, now it's pretty open, really, what you do now. Maybe you have an idea for an awesome mechanic. Again, whatever excites you, go with that first. Right? Maybe you have an idea for um, some other extra bits that you need to add in. Maybe you have a character sheet already in your head. It could be anything. Maybe you just want to write the setting. Go ahead and do that. What we can do is we can establish some other goals. Design, not design, yeah, they are kind of design goals, but also design parameters to help us narrow down what is going on. Please to be picking these colors. All right. Oh my goodness, I cannot spell anymore. Parameters. Now, you don't need all of these. This is not a complete list. You don't need to answer all of these to begin with, etc., etc. There are lists of these online. For example, there's something called the Power 19, which is 19 questions that delve relatively deep into the design and development portion of the game. That is more useful if you're intending to like publish your game, for example, right? There are some questions in there that deal with the development and publishing side of things. Um, and if you're just designing this for fun or just for your table, or just as an exercise, even if you later put it on the internet or so, on itch.io or whatever, uh, you don't need you don't need all of those questions. You don't need answers to all of those questions necessarily, right? But lists are out there. And some parameters that we can look for is things like scope. I should probably not have picked that color. So, like, scope. Now, scope is a very broad word. It's like, how big is the game? Not in terms of how page count and things like that, but the play space. How big is the play space? Is this meant to be a one-shot game? Is this meant to support long campaigns, month or year-long campaigns? Is this meant to be a short game for in between, or is this meant to be able to craft 3, 4, 5, 6 hour long intense sessions? Right? Those will inform your design. Tone. Some games say, oh yeah, you can pick what tone you want. Oh, hey.
You must gather your party before venturing
Vessel,
forth.
hi. How are you doing? Viva la rated. Persona 4 Golden. Oh, hey. How did that turn? Love Twitch messing with you? Oh no, what happened? Did Twitch do a no again? As it does? But yeah. Welcome Raiders. How are you doing? My name is Cheetin. I am a Bard VTuber and thoughts. And I'm streaming on 4 hours of sleep. I tend to stream old games and or role-playing games, so this right now I am doing I'm designing a role-playing game, a tabletop role-playing game today for the first time ever live on stream. App crash as I went to give my raid message. Oh no. That sucks. I don't know why I couldn't fall asleep until like 5 something a.m. Okay? I don't know why. Maybe I was too excited to do this. But I'm here. I'm okay for now. I might just not go very long. We'll see. I'm doing okay for now, okay? I'm designing a game, as you can see here. So but yeah, so if you are indeed interested in how tabletop role-playing game design works, uh you are very welcome to stay. Even if you never intend to design a game, it might be interesting, right? If you are playing a game and you wish to look at homebrewing it or something, this could also be interesting. So yeah, this yeah. So you're welcome to stay. But if you do need to like get a drink, get a stretch, or go rest and such, please do so. Please do take care of yourselves. But yeah, we're basically just in the middle of establishing design goals for our game. There we've answered a set of questions here for the game, and so the black things are the guides on how to design that you can also find online and such, and this maroon text is my answers for the game I'm designing right now. So we're designing a game. What is the game about? It's about Cthulhu Mythos investigators who risk losing their humanity as they delve deeper into the mystery and the mythos itself. So pretty par for the course. Cthulhu Mythos investigation kind of deal. Question number 2, how is the game about that? Right? So the game is about investigators investigating Eldritch mysteries and losing their humanity, but how is it about that? Hey, tongue twisting like that? Yeah. It's hard tongue. So characters need to be constantly wary that investigating costs their humanity, and they need to actively try to balance or restore it. Right? So that is one of the core things that this does, right? Because the game is about you investigate and risk losing your humanity, so it needs to do the whole investigating causes you to lose humanity, but you don't want to lose your humanity, right? But very importantly, you also want to investigate, right? So what do the characters do? Basically the same thing. Question number 3. What behaviors does the game incentivize? When does the game reward you, the player, for doing certain things? And it rewards you for 3 basic things. The first is investigating and covering more of the mystery. Then the game rewards you. Right? Somehow. We don't know yet how. Right? But we're not into that yet. We're not designing that yet. We're just looking at what behaviors should the game encourage. Right? Investigating and uncovering more of the mystery, that should be incentivized. At the same time, maintaining humanity should also be incentivized. And thirdly, collaboration and cooperation should also be incentivized. Right? So that allows you to take a group of completely random, ordinary humans who are tossed in to an Eldritch mystery way over their heads, and they help each other and form a team by each of them wanting to investigate, but also seeing the dangers of losing your humanity. Right? And then, what do the players do? This is the question that usually stumps newbie designers, as I've said. And basically, what are the players, the people sitting around the table, what are they actually doing when they are playing this game? Beside the typically obvious telling a story together. Right? And I remember that I just forgot to answer a very critical question. So they navigate the 2 opposing motivations of their character, which is wanting to investigate and wanting to maintain humanity. And this conflict of interests, navigating and balancing it, that is what creates the fun in this game. So I posed a question earlier and I forgot to answer it. So good thing I'm doing this review right now. What do the players do? Right? The question, what do the players do? If you ask that question when pinning down your design goals, and your answer to that is, well, they're role-playing and telling a story together, duh, then you don't need to design that game. Because you don't need a game to sit together to role-play and tell a story together. Conversely, you can use anything to sit together to roleplay and tell a story together. You can use Monopoly to roleplay and tell a story together. Right? You can use Settlers of Catan. If you watch actors and writers and improv artists and such, right? If you watch them, especially like comedic actors and such, if you watch them play board games together, one example that comes to mind is Will Wheaton had a show, I think it's discontinued, called Tabletop. It's on YouTube. And where he invites some of his geek friends who are also just like actors and voice actors and writers and blah, all of that. And they play board games together. And if you watch them play, many times they completely get into character and role play and act and tell stories together that go way beyond the original scope of the board game. And that is an example of you don't need any particular game to roleplay and tell stories together. You don't need to. Right? Pick improv actors or like storytellers. Like if you look at improv shows, Whose Line Is It Anyway and such, right? Those people don't need games, sure, they have something that they call games, which do have a goal, but those are more like prompts, right? They take prompts from the audience, or they take prompts from cards, and they take prompts from the framework of the game they are doing, and then they just go wild, right? They role play, they act, right? They tell stories, and so on. And they don't need dice and character sheets and rule books, and no, they don't need any of that. Humans are storytellers. That's very much ingrained into our nature. So you don't need any particular game to role play. So if the answer to what do the players do, and the only thing you can think of is role play, you haven't quite nailed down what your game is about yet. Or you haven't quite understood the game portion of role playing game. That's why we say it's a role playing game, because you are playing a game. Role playing is part of it. That's why we ask about the characters. But game is also a part of it. Right? So that is what this question is trying to nail down. Right? Obviously, if you're designing a role playing game, part of what the players will most likely do is role play and tell the story together. But what does your game do? Right? How is your game an actual game? How do the characters engage with the mechanics, the systems, the rules? What are they actually doing? And that is here, this thing. Navigate the two opposing motivations of the character, because players are incentivized to investigate and they are incentivized to maintain their humanity. So balancing these two encouraged behaviors and the actions tied to it, that is the fun that this game is supposed to bring. Now, if you look at that and say, it's not fun for me, okay, that is perfectly fine. There are so many different types of fun. There are so many different ways to enjoy something. And that just means that this particular game is probably not for you. Right? But that's why there are thousands of role-playing games out there. Because everyone has their own idea of what they enjoy and what they find fun. Right? But it's important that you are aware of this, are aware of that you need to provide the fun with this game somehow. Right? Okay, so yeah, that was a lot of rambling. I do that. I ramble. I apologize. And I will probably keep apologizing forever because this is what I do. This is my stream. Welcome. If this is not for you, and then that is perfectly okay. Again, there are thousands of streamers out there. Where's my okay. But yeah, so this is the game we're designing right now, and I haven't designed this game yet. I'm doing this live as we speak. So I don't know where this will take me. All right. And then additional parameters that you can look at. You don't need to answer every one of these right now. But it's helpful to just spare a quick thought to them, right? And maybe you already have ideas, right? So scope, how big is your game? Is your game for one-shots, for short adventures, for epic campaigns? Is it meant for a quick in-between that you can play during lunch break? Is it meant for several hour intense sessions, right? Is it and that's the the meta narrative, not meta narrative. That's like a the meta framework kind of scope. You can also do scope in the sense of, is this meant to be like the narrative type of scope, right? Is it world spanning epic quests, or is this just small local troubles? And that's also something to think about. Tone. There are multiple games that say, oh, you can apply various different tones to this. Call of Cthulhu itself has um, the pulp, and I forgot what they call the other one. So basically, they offer two ends of a spectrum in their rule set, in their newest rule set, where they say, oh, you can play very down to earth, right? Very gritty, where characters are likely to die or go insane, where the horrors are insurmountable, etc., where the characters are ordinary humans who are sometimes helpless in certain situations. Or you can play more pulpy, which is more cinematic, where characters are a little bit more like action heroes, right? Where the troubles, the horrors can potentially be fought and even beaten, where characters might have more powers, where the rules can be a bit more lax and be like, yeah, no, of course you can do this action because that's rule of cool, right? So you can have different tones in a game. Or you can decide, no, my game is fit for this particular tone more than others, and I might have a certain mechanic to fit that tone. There is no right or wrong answer here. Right? There's talking of horror games, the game Dread is very much about conveying tone. Dread, very simply explained, it's a horror game that tries to emulate other horror media uh, by creating the rise and fall of tension. Right, as the story continues, tension rises until boom, it explodes. Something goes horribly wrong. Someone dies, and then tension drops back down to a lower level, and then slowly starts rising in, rising until again, boom, someone dies. Things go horribly wrong, and then tension drops again. And they do that, and this tone is the entire thing of the game. And they do that by using a Jenga tower. Right? So whenever you try to do a check, you have to pull pieces out of a Jenga tower. And as the game progresses, the tower becomes more and more unstable. It becomes more and more difficult to pull pieces safely. The tension rises. And then at some point, the tower collapses. And that's when everything goes to hell. Someone dies. And then you reset the tower, and tension is down to a low level. So that game is all about conveying the tone. Right? So you can have a very tight game like this, and that's also scope. The scope is very much just constrained on conveying the tone and the tension curves of a typical horror story. You can also have things like amount of things like crunch and rules, right? Do you want your game to be rules light or rules heavy? Do you want it to have a lot of crunch or not? Do you want it? These are also decisions to make at some point. And again, there is no right or wrong necessarily. There are some excellent rules light games out there. Lasers and Feelings, brilliant game. And the rules fit on half a page, basically. It's formatted as one page, but it has big illustrations and a nice layout. So, the rules fit on half a page. And there are very good, intense, big games that span many pages things and that are also very popular. Things like Invisible Sun, right, is relatively complex, but that complexity and that exploring the game through the mechanics is what makes the game interesting, right? And there can be really, really crunchy games where you have to keep looking things up and think about a lot of things, but those are the things that really drive the game and help you. Blades in the Dark, for example, right? Blades in the Dark is rules light but crunchy, right? Lots of things to look up, lots of things to keep in mind, but by doing that, the game basically runs itself. And so on and so forth. So those are things to keep in mind as well. Um, Again, you don't have to answer all of these parameters. I'm gonna see what I go for, and then if I am going to answer any, like I know for a fact right now that I want to keep like the rules relatively simple, right? So and I want the scope to be more than just one shot, but probably not an epic month-long campaign or months-long campaign, right? So, but not epic campaign. Also, ads are about to start soon, so I will take a break, stretch, etc. And all of this informs your design. Okay, so ads are gonna start soon. I need to eat more breakfast. And stretch and drink and so on. And why not join me? Why not do the same? Oh, I don't know if those cracks came through, but if they did, that was my spine. Learn from my mistake, kids. Don't become old. Mm. Mm. Oh, yeah, there are. You can spend a lot of time on just
Endure.
nailing down,
In enduring, grow strong.
design goals, um, and actually forget to design your game. There's so much theoretical background that you can go through, which is why I am going to stop with the design goals here and get into some designing. Well, technically, this is also designing, right? The ideation phase of designing, but get into more concrete things. Mm, how do I switch layers? Or is there a shortcut? Mm, hmm. Okay. Twitch is telling me that ads are done. So, welcome back. So So we have all of this. All right, this paint layer is full. So add another paint layer. Come on, work. There we go. And let's get to actually designing something. So most games have something. There's no term for it, I guess. But core mechanic is basically what this is. All right. So most games have some mechanic where basically all other mechanics revolve around. Or maybe not most games, but many games have this. And this is not the same as a core resolution mechanic, which is the die rolling part and such, but the core mechanic. The one value or the one um yeah, mechanic. There's no other word for this. That everything else influences or hooks into. And core mechanic. Okay, I need both colors for this. So let me grab the two colors real quick. Okay. Now I have them here. Okay, there we go. So, core mechanic of this game is humanity, right? When investigators investigate the mythos and delve deeper into the mysteries, they lose humanity and then they have to take steps to restore it somehow, right? So, a lot of other mechanics, other rules and systems, including the incentives that we talked about, deal with humanity, right? So, uh, so raising and lowering it, right? And maybe, and this is really me just brainstorming right now, maybe you might want a low humanity, right? Because that protects you from the horrors, the Eldritch horrors. But if it's too low and you do lose more, then yeah, you become inhuman. Whatever that means in the context of the narrative, right? In game, oh sorry, I just peaked horribly. Sorry. In game terms, it just means you're done. You cannot play your character anymore, right? What that means in narrative terms, right, that's open. That can be various things. Your character dies, your character becomes insane, your character turns into a monster, your character gets pulled into Cthulhu's dimension, whatever. Right? Doesn't matter. Not right now. Um so when and let's just lower like abbreviate this when humanity hits 0, uh PC becomes becomes there's a oh my goodness unplayable, and that's it. Beyond saving, right? That's it. You don't want it to hit 0 because that's it. Um, so it's kind of sort of like hit points in other systems. I guess it is a type of hit point system if you want to broaden the definition of what a hit point is. Yeah, so that's essentially what this represents. Um, and so also investigating costs humanity, right? And I want this to be a risk system, right? Rather than a fixed cost. As in, oh, whenever you go on a mystery, you automatically lose 3 humanity or something. That's a fixed cost that you can control, right? But if it's a risk, if it's uncertain, if you could get really lucky and not lose humanity, right, then you gamble. Then you take risks. You may have to take risks sometimes. And you can say, well, right now this situation I can still get out of, but there might be a later situation where I can't, and I want to keep my humanity for that later situation. So I don't go into this dangerous situation right now. I save it, and to have enough humanity hit points left for a later encounter and such, right? Those are the types of decisions I want players to make. And so I want there to be risk and uncertainty involved in how and when and how much maybe, and so like, but like when you lose humanity, I want there to be uncertainty involved, whether you do and so on, right? And then there are certain actions, certain actions restore humanity. Now, to make this interesting, to make this an interesting, meaningful choice, these actions must be opposed to investigating in some way, shape, or form. Must be opposed to investigating somehow. There are countless ways to do this. But first, what do I mean? Basically, if these actions were not opposed to investigating, then there is no choice. You investigate a bit, lose a bit of humanity, and then just do one of these other actions, like rest or whatever, restore back up, and then continue investigating without any consequences for having rested. Right? So basically, these restoration actions must have consequences that affect the investigation somehow. And if you've played D&D, this is a problem that pops up again and again. It's basically the long rest problem. Like, I've read about this and heard about this problem so many times that so many people try to create really elaborate systems on how to deal with it and blah and restrict player choices mechanically and such. It's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. And basically, the issue here is players adventure, right, in D&D, and then they get into a fight or something, lose some hit points, use some spells, and then they go, oh, we're no longer at 100% power, let's take a long rest. And they take a long rest, and then they just refresh back to full hit points, back to full spells, and then continue on in their adventure, and nothing has changed, right? They can continue adventuring after taking a long rest without the long rest having affected their ability, or not their ability, it affected the ability to adventure, of course, but without there being any consequences for having chosen to do the long rest instead of choosing to continue with the adventure, right? You must always choose. So players must choose between continuing investigation versus resting, right? Or restoring humanity. It is possible to also make restoring humanity a risk, as in it's not guaranteed that when you take a restorative action that you will restore humanity. That is a thing that you can do, or I can do. But again, if taking the restorative action costs you nothing in terms of the investigation, then you can take as many of those actions as you want, and the investigation can then continue afterwards. It is also possible that trying to restore humanity will have negative consequences that disrupt your character. That is another possibility. So, or let me write this down. I'm not that much of a fan of this one, but it is a possibility. Or rest actions have a chance to backfire somehow, right? But then you're analyzing the rest actions on their own. You're basically saying, "Oh, I'm continuing investigating, and then my humanity drops kind of low," and then you decide, "Okay, do I want to take a rest action? Do I want to try restoring humanity?" But then you're analyzing the restoration action on its own merits, independent of the investigation. You can completely forget the investigation, and you're just saying you're analyzing this action and analyzing in the sense of mathematically analyzing it on its own and saying, okay, if I do this restorative action, I have this much of a chance of restoring humanity and this much of a chance of maybe losing another one, losing another point, or something else about my character goes wrong, or whatever. But then you're basically playing the restoration minigame. And that is something that can be done, but I'm not a fan of it. I want the choice. I don't want the choice to be gambling on the investigation, lose humanity, and gambling on the restoration action, right? Things going wrong for the character. I want the choice to be not, do I play craps or do I play blackjack? Right? I want the choice to be, and suddenly I don't have an analogy for this anymore. Like, I don't know. I'm in this race. Do I rest for a bit? Do I sit down and rest for a bit, and ensuring that I can probably run longer later on? But then I'm not running while I'm resting, right? Or do I just keep running at the risk of collapsing later on? That's the choice I want players to make. So no, I'm not doing this one. It is a possibility, right? And that just shows there are multiple ways to design things. Just brainstorm or play many different games to see what's out there. But that's not what I want to do with this game. That's not the design goal. The design goal is not gamble at craps or gamble at poker. Gamble at craps or gamble at blackjack. Poker is not as much, right? You have more control. Anyway, that's not the type of game I want to design. That's not the type of fun, which is fun, right? Which can be fun, deciding which table to gamble at. But that's not what I'm trying to design here. So players must choose between continuing the investigation or resting. And resting ensures that you can continue the investigation for longer, but at the same time, you are literally resting. You're not continuing the investigation. So when you resume, that effect of having rested must be felt somehow. There is a super, super, super easy way to do this. A very easy, non-mechanical way to do this that so many GMs nowadays do not use. That would basically solve all of the long rest problems that pop up in D&D. Right? So many GMs constantly on forums asking, "Oh, my players take a long rest after every encounter. What do I do to stop them? Do I just say no? What? Give them a time limit. A in narrative, in world, in story time limit. There are so many ways you can implement time limits. And if the players, or not the players, very importantly, not the players, if the characters have a time limit, then they must manage their time. And resting is one of the choices to do a meaningful choice when you have to manage your time, right? So, like, oh, the cultists will complete the ritual in 2 days. Do we have time to rest for 8 hours? Or do we have to push on to stop the cultists? And at some point you go, yeah, well, if we rest now for 8 hours to recharge our hit points, that's it. The cultists finish the ritual. Done. Right? And that's what the time limit does. And it solves the problem in an extremely elegant way because it achieves multiple goals. It heightens player buy-in and investment. It solves the whole constant long rest problem, and it is not taking away their agency. They have meaningful choices. It is literally the opposite. Giving them a time limit is the opposite of taking away agency. Because suddenly every choice they make becomes meaningful. Right? They're not meandering about, they're not just randomly rolling their dice or stacking their dice and bumbling around. No. Suddenly every choice they make becomes meaningful, and suddenly they have agency of making choices that matter. Right? So giving them a time limit heightens player agency. Very important. So yeah, this is one way of doing that. It is, of course, possible to mechanically reinforce time limits somehow. There are many systems that do that. Some found in board games. Descent, for instance, as a dungeon crawling board game, a really old one that mechanically reinforces a time limit. Basically, Descent is you have a party of adventurers going into a dungeon, playing against the literally the dungeon master, which is another player at the table. And the dungeon master gets a certain amount of moves, right? So the players take turns when they move, when they search for traps, when they open a chest, and so on. That uses up turns. So does resting. Resting uses up a turn. And for every single turn that passes, the dungeon master gets more moves to move the monsters, to make them stronger. So when you are pushing forward, you say, do I want to rest? If I rest now, my character regains health and spells and abilities and blah, all that good stuff. But the monsters also become stronger. And that is a mechanical reinforcement of the time limit. So that is one very obvious example. Mechanically enforced? Question mark? I can think about that. And if you mechanically enforce a time limit, what that essentially does is it makes the GM's job easier. Anything you design a system for to help run the game makes the GM's job easier. And very importantly, any system you design to help prepare the game. Not enough games do this. Blades in the Dark, excellent example of a system, of a game that has systems that help you prepare the game. Prepare each session. Makes the job of the dungeon master or game master easier. Right? And so that is also something to think about, right? So instead of the game master constantly having to come up with, or the adventure writer constantly having to come up with reasons why there's a time limit, have some sort of mechanical reinforcement of this time limit, and then the narrative reason doesn't have to be as powerful. It still needs to be there, but it doesn't have to be as powerful. It's not doing the heavy lifting. The mechanic is doing the heavy lifting. Right? So yeah, time limit. So when you rest, when you're restoring your humanity, you take away time from investigating, and there ends up being a time limit. And time limits work really, really well in Cthulhu Mythos investigations. Because usually there is some sort of cult preparing for a ritual. There is some sort of artifact being delivered somewhere. There is some sort of monster that's being summoned. There is I don't know, a lot of spell that's being cast over the course of a week or whatever, right? There's someone who is going to some Eldritch location, and when they go there, they will be able to commune with Cthulhu or whatever, right? There's a lot of things that can impose a time limit on the adventure words. Sorry. And here's the thing: when you mechanically enforce a time limit, right? So finding a reason for a time limit is easy, relatively easy in this type of game. Mechanically enforcing it means the game is doing the heavy lifting, and it is easier to influence the time limit. You could do something that gives you more time, right? If there is a ritual, if a bunch of cultists is trying to perform a ritual and you steal one of their key ritual components, and then they have to try and find a replacement somehow or try and get it back, you have just bought yourself more time. And you can use such actions to mechanically have an effect on the mechanic of the time limit. Right? So it's kind of like the time limit is the GM's hit points. Kinda. They or is maybe well, no, it's not the GM's hit points, it's the scenario's hit points. If the scenario's hit points reach 0, time limit is up, that's it, you lose. Rituals completed, monsters summoned, whatever. But you can find ways to quote unquote heal the scenario by giving it more time limit, right? And you can mechanically see the effect you're having. So that's another benefit of having a mechanical system for time limits. This is exciting. There's so many ideas coming at once. um, so humanity is, i.e., PC's hit points, right? And the time limit is the scenarios, the adventures hit points, right? And choosing whether to continue the investigation versus restoring humanity is saying, are my hit points more important or are the adventure's hit points more important right now? And that is a meaningful choice. That is a choice you can discuss as a group. That is a choice that has a very obvious and clear and visible impact. And that is a choice of incomparables. And after the ad break, and hopefully I will not forget this time, I will go into incomparables, which are a very important concept in both RPG design and in game mastering, really. If you understand the concept of incomparables, then it will elevate your design, your game design, and your game mastering. I guarantee it. But yeah, more ads, stretch, drink, do all that good stuff, and I will eat more of my breakfast. And let's chill with the music a bit. Yeah, ads should be starting soon though. Like Twitch keeps telling me, "Oh yeah, ads are gonna start," and then ads starting soon, but then they don't actually start. So Twitch being Twitch. But yeah, get up, stand up,
Endure.
around,
In
speak of
enduring,
the
grow
devil.
strong.
Also, it's November now. It's almost mid-November, and we still have 32 degrees. Like this past week or two, we've been hitting heat records every single day. It's stupid. It's supposed to be like 10 degrees lower right now. Like November, December, right? Going into winter, that's when temperatures drop to like 20 something, maybe even below 20 here in Taiwan. But no. Thank you, oil companies. Uh, so the oil CEOs sit in their air conditioned rooms and we get to sweat in hot winters. Oy. Yeah. Get up, move around. Oof. Okay. So Twitch is telling me that the ads are done. Welcome back. Okay, so incomparables. Let me pick a new color real quick for just notes. Right? In incomparables. What are incomparables? Literally, incomparables are just things you cannot directly compare. That's what the word means. But what does it mean as a concept? So, incomparables is when you have two or more choices and you cannot directly compare the costs or the consequences or rewards or benefits, etc., of these choices. So, for instance, in a game, and if your party is traveling from one city to the next, and as a GM, you say, okay, there's two paths that your party can take. One is by land along the road, and one is by ship on the sea, right? So you're traveling from one coastal city to another. You can either take the road, travel on foot or cart or horse or whatever, or you can take a ship, right? Pay for passage on a trading ship or so, and sail. And then the players ask, okay, what's the difference? And the GM goes, well, the land route will take you 3 weeks, and the ship route will take you 1 week. And that's the only difference. At that point, the players go, yeah, well, if that's the only difference, then we'd be stupid to take the land route. Let's take the ship route. Right? Because that's faster. Duh. And you can just directly compare these two things. You can even mathematically compare them, right? 1 is smaller than 3. And when you're spending time, you don't want to spend more time, so the smaller number is better. And that's it. You calculate which one is better, which option is better. And that means it's not a choice. It's a mathematical equation. Right? If instead the GM goes, okay, so the land route takes 3 weeks and the ship route takes 1 week. However, the land route is pretty safe because it's a well-traveled trade road with lots of guard posts and inns along the way. The ship route, however, there have been many reports of pirates. Now, all of a sudden, the choice is not which route is faster. There is a second dimension to it. It's also which route is safer. And now the players have to make the choice. All right, do we want to spend more time but have safety? Or do we want to travel faster but risk a pirate attack? And you cannot mathematically compare safety and time. Right? You cannot put values on those. You cannot compare those directly. You can only go by feeling and vibes and opinions. Right? You can say, we need to get there fast. Through pirate attacks, we're going to risk them, and we can fight off the pirates. Or you can say, you know what? We're all pretty banged up. We don't want to risk any fights with pirates or confrontations. Let's take the long route and such. But those are choices. Those are factors going into making this choice, and that makes this choice meaningful. Right? Because you cannot directly mathematically compare the two options. That means the players have to make a decision that matters to them. right? Which one they choose is up to them, right? They can value safety more than time, or they can value time more than safety. Their choice, literally. That's the whole point of this exercise. But they cannot mathematically calculate, oh, pirate attacks are going to cost us this and that much in time units, and that much in time, and this that would travel 1 week, blah, blah, and then solve the equation. They cannot do that. Right? And that is using incomparables. So if you're running a game, any role-playing game, and you're trying to give your players choices like this, make sure that these choices are incomparable. You cannot directly compare the risks or costs and the rewards or benefits of either choice, and that they have to make a meaningful decision. And that's what this whole thing is about. This thing is about personal hit points, my humanity, versus adventure hit points, the time limit. And both are meaningful, but they are incomparable, right? Because you cannot say, oh, 1 adventure hit point is worth 2 of my hit points or something like that. You don't have that kind of a comparison. That doesn't exist. You can say, oh, right now at this moment, I'm at 1 humanity. If something goes wrong, I die. That makes your personal hit points, your personal humanity right now more important. But that is a factor that goes into this choice right now. Right? Later on in the adventure, you might go, oh, the time limit is kind of looking rough there. Let's not rest. Right? But these are dynamic factors that go into the choice, and you're constantly evaluating and constantly making this choice between your personal hit points and the adventure's hit points. And I really like this system because that is exactly the whole thing of players navigating and balancing these two things of, do I continue investigating or do I try to maintain my humanity? And that is a mechanical reinforcement of this concept. Right? And that is already a way of incentivizing it. It is a stick type of incentive, which is not always great, right? Carrot type incentives are also nice. But basically, it's saying, I have to make sure that my humanity doesn't drop too low, but I also have to make sure that the time limit doesn't drop too low. Right? There is a way to invert the time limit, and some games do this as well. So one way to invert the time limit is the way Descent does it, the board game I just described, right? Where instead of there being a time limit that counts down, the GM gets a power pool that counts up. And the more power the GM has, the more dangerous the adventure becomes, the more dangerous the monster. The monsters become, the more, or the slimmer your chances as the player characters to succeed, and so on. And that is an equal way of handling that. It's thematically different, right? It feels a bit different, but mechanically speaking, it's mostly the same thing, right? So either a time limit that counts down, or a power pool or danger pool or something of points that the GM gets that counts up, right? So every time you rest, the GM gets another point in their power pool or so. Same basic idea. But yeah, again, that's just showcasing that there are so many mechanics out there, so many ways games can run. So yeah, the entire game is essentially the players constantly making the decision of, right now at this moment, do I value my humanity more or do I value the time limit more? And because the time limit is a shared resource, right? If the time limit goes to 0, everyone loses. Whereas if your humanity goes to 0, you personally, quote unquote, lose, right? That can lead to conflict or at least friction between the players, with saying, no, you can't rest now, the time limit is so low, and someone else going, nah, the time limit's fine, come on, let me rest, and so on. That is why I want to mechanically incentivize and enforce cooperation, collaboration in the game. Right? So that is already something that I foresee. So yeah, this is the big driver. So this is the core mechanic. Humanity versus time limit. Right? Okay. And that's the core mechanic. Notice that we haven't talked anything about what dice to roll, stats, skills, character attributes of any kind. We have talked about none of that. Why? Well, we did talk about one character attribute, the humanity. Okay. But nothing else. Why? Because it's not as important. Those are all in service to the core mechanic. So we need to nail down the core mechanic first before we can have everything around it. And ideally, at least in my personal interpretation of what is elegant game design, every single mechanic in the game is there in service to what this game is trying to do. Right? The resolution mechanic, character stats, any systems you have in the game, any extra rules and exceptions and blah, everything in there. Ideally, all of that is in service to the design goal and to what the game is trying to do. That is not always possible for various reasons, but it is something to strive for, I think. And that is what I personally deem to be elegant design. So that is also the standard that I hold myself to when I'm designing things, which is why I never get anything done. um, so now that I have the core mechanic, now that I know exactly what the game is about, now I can look at things like character stats, resolution mechanic, all the trappings, all the details, everything around it, and see if it is in service to this core mechanic, to this theme, and to this fun, really, right? Because this is what is supposed to make the game fun. Okay. Now, losing humanity being a risk, means there needs to be die rolls involved or some randomizing involved, right? Because that's what a risk is. It's random. It could happen or it could not happen, right? That's not the only thing that risk is. Risk is also based on unknowns, etc. Blah blah blah. Blah. Not important. We're designing game here. We're not doing like mathematical insurance analyses and all that thing. So risk for humanity, for loss of humanity being risk, it needs to involve some sort of randomization, e.g., die roll. So this is where we need to have some sort of resolution mechanic in there. Now, I want So humanity is essentially if you lose humanity, if humanity goes low, you increase the risk of losing your character. But I don't want it to be one-dimensional like that or binary like that. I want it to be that yes, if your humanity hits 0, that is bad because then your character's gone. But having a low humanity can help in the investigation. So that just adds more factors to the whole decision making. It's like, I know my humanity is low right now. I could risk it. I could lose some more and then my character's gone. But right now, having a low humanity is also beneficial for this particular stage of the investigation. So maybe I don't want to. And that's another layer of choice in there. Right? And I love this, the juicy choices and meaningful choices in there. So, how do I do that? Well, then I have some sort of system where if I have humanity, right? If it is high, you are stable and low, like basically no risk of let's just shorten that to death, right? Meaning also there cannot be a second system where your character dies other than through humanity. Maybe there can be, but then it needs to be obvious that that's what's happening. Low humanity is risk of death, but high resistance to mythos. So maybe the more you engage with the mythos, the more you lose your humanity, but the less the mythos surprises you or shocks you or breaks your mind, right? Does that make sense? You become jaded to the mythos, essentially. Right? So the more you engage with it, the more you lose your humanity, the less the mythos has an effect on you. The more it takes to break your mind even further, so to speak. Um, so there are many ways to do this. Uh, let's think. So it involves a die roll, and this is where it helps to know a lot of different resolution systems and how they work and what they do. Right? If you've only ever played a single game, such as D&D, you only ever know a single resolution system, and that is tossing a weighted coin and getting a binary yes/no result. Um, and it's a functional resolution system, but it's not a very interesting one, and it's definitely not one that you can easily tailor to emulate something even as like this isn't super complex, but you can't even emulate that using just I toss a weighted coin. Um, now I'm thinking I do not want separate checks for uh, task resolution and humanity loss. What do I mean by that? So, Call of Cthulhu, the game that started all of this, has two separate checks for this. You have one type of check where it's task resolution, right? And again, that is throwing a weighted coin, and you get a binary result, basically a binary result of task successful or task failed, right? Kind of like D&D. And then you get another type of check, which is sanity loss. sanity loss. So sanity loss kind of functions like Cthulhu mythos attacking you, you defending yourself, and then it deals damage to your sanity. Right? But it's a completely separate check. So you have one type of check for task resolution, picking a lock, convincing someone, researching information, finding something hidden, punching a dude, whatever. And you have a completely separate check for resisting sanity loss. And those two checks have nothing to do with each other. Nothing at all. Whether you succeed or fail at an action, there is nothing mechanically linking that to needing to resist sanity. And I find that to be it's a missed opportunity. I think it's a missed opportunity because the game itself does not remind you to make sanity checks. And this is talking about how does the game facilitate the type of experience it wants you to have, right? So how is the second question we had during our big three? How is the game about that? This is what ties into it. The game systems. Yes, there is a system that emulates the whole sanity loss thing and gives your character a mechanical way to become insane. But the game itself just kind of gives you this tool, but does not remind you to use it. It does not remind you that it's there. I don't know if I'm making sense right now. But it's so it's basically, yeah, the tool is there. The game gives you that tool, but that's all it does. And then it puts the responsibility on the adventure writer or on the GM to remember that sanity loss is a thing and to remember to call for sanity checks, etc., and all that. Now, of course, if you're playing Call of Cthulhu, losing sanity is a whole big deal, right? It's the whole point, basically. But it's shunted off to a side mechanic that is not connected to anything else in the game, and is like isolated on its own, and you technically don't even need it to play the game, right? You could run entire Call of Cthulhu sessions without making a single sanity check because nothing else in the game prompts you to do that. You have to actively push the narrative and construct the narrative in such a way that the narrative calls for sanity checks. And the mechanics don't call for them. And that would be fine if sanity were front and center of everything. But it's not. Character stats and character skills are front and center in Call of Cthulhu. because the role-playing game system they use came from a completely different game. Right? It came from a sword and sorcery adventure game that they created. And so the sanity mechanic is literally tacked on to that. Right? It is very, very obvious that that is what happened. So you have a skill system and a stat system that is front and center, and you even have hit points that are more in there because the skills and stats actually influence hit points. Right? You have combat skills and such, but nothing interacts with sanity, and that's a missed opportunity. So enough of critiquing Call of Cthulhu. Point being, I want humanity, risk of losing humanity to be intricately tied to other mechanics, specifically task resolution and so on. Or I want task resolution to be a part of risking to lose humanity. Right? Otherwise, task resolution becomes the main focus, and then the humanity system is just kind of tacked on. And I don't want that. That is not what I'm going for. Okay. Ads are going to play soon again. So I'm going to use that break to eat some more breakfast. I only get like 90 seconds to eat every time. That's enough for like 2 bites. And use that time to think a little bit about possible resolution systems that deal with humanity loss in a way that I think will be satisfying to have in this game. Mm. And it's a blessing and a curse that there are so many resolution systems out there, and you can just create your own as well. They have a lot to choose from. You have a lot to choose from. And that choice can be paralyzing sometimes, especially if you think, the system is almost there. If I just find a way to tweak this little thing, I can make it perfect for my game. And that's the danger. Trying to make a resolution system that is perfect in underscoring the themes of the game.
Endure.
Because
In
perfection,
enduring, grow strong.
perfect is the enemy of great, or enemy of good, however you want to phrase it, right? Perfect is the enemy of great. I guess. Yeah, this is a lot of rambling, I guess. Once again, I apologize, is what I do. Uh, yeah, eating some food, so yeah. Sorry if I'm a bit quiet. I've been on 4 hours of sleep, I need a bit. Whew. Yeah, no stretching right now. Just eating. Okay. I think Twitch is telling me that ads are over. So, welcome back, everyone. So, resolution system, possible resolution system. So, one thing I can do is to involve a d6 somehow and have humanity go from um, 0 to 6, right? So, humanity goes from 0 to 6. And you involve a d6 in the roll somehow. It could be a different color. It could be the only d6. It could be in a dice pool, the different color d6. It could be the d6 that you choose. Whatever. Right? And how this works is humanity. Well, technically 0 to 5 would make more sense because the d6 only has a range of 6, and then this needs a range of 6. Okay, so if you roll this d6 and the result is less than or equal to your current humanity, right? Then humanity drops by 1. Meaning, if you have 6, you cannot have 6. No, you can. Oh, that's pointless. Ah, this is my brain on 4 hours of sleep. So, yes. Okay, that took way too long to make sense in my head. It made sense, and then I wrote it down, and then it didn't make sense anymore, but it's okay. So, if you have 5 humanity, the maximum, and you roll a 6 on this die, you are okay. You do not lose any humanity. If you roll a 5 or lower, you lose 1 point of humanity. So your chances of losing humanity when your humanity is high are also very high. But if you have a humanity of, say, 2, and then you need to roll a 1 or a 2 to lose a point of humanity, which is a much lower chance. Right? It's still there. In this case, it's 1/3, but it's a much lower chance. Right? Um, so this die could be something like uh like the mythos threshold, essentially. So this die is your resistance to the various mind-breaking things that the mythos throws at you. And uh so if you roll high, that means you succeeded in resisting. But how high is high depends on your current humanity. So the lower your humanity, the higher your chance of resisting the mythos. Right? So really this should be framed as if you roll the d6 and it's higher than your humanity, then you're fine. Right? Then you are okay. You resisted the mythos. Right? You're fine. But if not, so this is the success, this is the fail. Right? Um and that adds more incomparability because time limit. I'm still thinking about this basic core mechanic. Time limit is something that just continually ticks down constantly, right? Because time passes. So maybe every single scene, you remove 1 point in the time limit pool or whatever, right? Um, and so you know for a fact that if you start a new scene, time limit goes down. But humanity is something you can gamble on, right? It's like low risk, low reward, high risk, high reward, right? And you are trying to compare those two things. Which humans, by the way, are absolute, like, we suck at comparing things like that. Our brains are not wired to intuitively grasp probability. So that makes it really good for the purposes of making things incomparable. Mm. So, thinking some more. I'm trying to. I'm starting to feel a lack of sleep. I think. Um, but I do want to see if I can continue on a bit more. So, because I'm in the middle of this. Um, what do I do? What do I want as the task resolution mechanic? So, I can have some sort of die pool system where I want to roll high and collect successes, but one of those dice is always the mythos die or the humanity die in this case, and that always carries an element of risk. Or I want to roll low, so I want to roll high for resisting the mythos, but I want to roll low to succeed on my task. So when I roll, I'm like, okay, I want to roll a low number, but not too low, because then I lose more humanity, or I lose humanity faster. That makes things spicy, but also a bit more difficult to design. Like the whole dice pool system is super easy, right? I just say, okay, you just roll a bunch of dice, like 2 or 3 dice or something, and you need at least 1, 5, or 6. Right? Just as a quick example. And one of those dice is always the humanity die. That has to be a die that's physically different that you can tell apart. Um, and and then it's very easy. You just roll a bunch, and then you check for two things. You check, do I have a 5 or 6? And then you check the mythos die or the humanity die to see, is it lower than my humanity. It's simple, but disjointed. Again, what is more important to me? Is it important to me that the system is quick and simple, or is it important to me that everything meshes and everything integrates? So far in my designs, I have always gone for everything needs to integrate. So there are systems out there, possibly, or I can try creating one where I try to integrate this even more. Oops, sorry, I misclicked just then. And what I mean by that is when you roll your dice, I can add meaningful choices to it in the sense of, do I want to succeed on this task or do I want to preserve my humanity? That is possible. It is possible to design a resolution system where you weigh these two options against each other, right? Where you, for instance, have a number of dice and you need to roll low to succeed on a task, right? And then you roll the dice and then you pick one of the dice to be the final result. And then you go, okay, I've rolled a 1 and a 5 and a 6. If I pick the 1, I definitely succeed on my task, but I definitely also lose a point of humanity. If I pick the 6 might be uninteresting, but if I pick the 5, I kind of sort of succeed on my task with consequences or partial success, but I get to preserve my humanity. And that is yet another meaningful choice. I'm a sucker for meaningful choices. If you haven't gathered yet this by now, I am an absolute sucker for meaningful choices in everything. Probably too much. Probably to the detriment of my designs. I do not know, because I never finished them, because I try to cram meaningful choice into every little bit that I can. So do I want that to be a choice? There are systems that do that. There are systems, post-resolution systems that actually do that. Critical Role, right? Known for being the biggest D&D live action play, or like what do they call that? Live play. I forgot the term. Right. With all the awesome voice actors who play D&D every week, brought out a new system that they're gonna play, which is also kind of a horror-ish mystery investigative system called Candela Obscura. And in that system, you have this very meaningful choice after you roll the dice to see which die do I pick and do I value the success of this action versus my chances of succeeding a later action. Right? They have this choice in there. So that is definitely something that games do. I'm not making this, well, I am making this up for this particular game, right? But you know, the idea exists that a die roll is not just a binary. You toss a weighted coin and then the coin tells you yes or no. But you roll dice, and then after you've rolled dice, you make a choice. Legend of the Five Rings, 5th edition, has that same kind of choice where you roll a bunch of dice and then you choose which ones to keep based on what they show. And some dice are double-edged swords where they give you something good and something bad. But you may need to pick that if you want to succeed on this action. Right? So it's always a choice of, do I succeed on this action? Or do I get some other benefit, right? Preserving humanity, get points for later actions. In the case of Legend of the Five Rings, preserve my current strife value, which is also a mechanic that's central to the game. And I like that. I really like that. So I think I want to have something like it in there, right? So it becomes a roll under system or a roll low system where so the resolution, the core resolution mechanic is roll some d6. I don't know how many yet. Maybe that's determined by your character abilities. Maybe that's determined by the narrative. Maybe it's always fixed. Doesn't matter right now. Roll some d6. And then um, pick one die from those that you've rolled, right? Lower value equals better success, right? So maybe if you roll a 1 or 2, if you pick a 1 or 2, you get a really great success. If you pick a 3 or 4, you get okay success. If you pick a 5 or 6, you get a partial success, which also means there's no fails, which is also a design choice. Um, the failing, I peeked again. The failure here is not whether you fail or not the action. The failure here is losing humanity or getting the partial success, so that your adventure becomes complicated, right? Like some consequence arises, some difficulty or obstacle comes out, and makes succeeding in later tasks more strenuous, more unlikely, or such. Or forces you to spend more time. Time limit. So, and this is the whole. There's another angle to the whole. If I succeed on this task, I progress the investigation and I save time. But I lose humanity. Right? Or I can fail at this task, but that means we need more time to deal with the consequences or try a different avenue. But I preserve my humanity. That is yet another avenue of making this choice between humanity and time limit. Not just in which types of actions you choose, investigative actions versus resting actions, but also when you take an action, right? Going down a level, when you take an action, you have another choice to make on the exact same parameters. So the core resolution mechanic is in service to this conflict, this tension. Humanity versus time limit, right? Okay. And that's all we need right now. Um, and then another big thing is, how do we restore, like, how does time limit work? We've now seen how humanity works. How does time limit work? That's the other big thing. So this thing is how does humanity work? Right? And now we need one that says, how does time limit work? So, um, I actually already had one of the ideas here. Time limit is um like a steady reduction, steady, constant reduction. Just playing the game, just any action you do, anything you do, lowers time limit. Right? Costs time. So the question is not how do I not lose time? The question is, how do I most efficiently use this time? Right? So every scene, so e.g., every scene costs one time limit. That is a horrible name. Names are something I can do at the very end, right? This is just working title, working names, labels, whatever. Doesn't matter. Every scene costs one time limit, right? So you can either choose an investigative scene or a resting scene. And that is where this comes in. This whole restoration actions have consequences, right? Reduce time limit, blah, 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 blah. Must choose between continuing investigation versus restoring humanity, all that fun stuff. So every single scene costs one time limit. So you know for a fact, if I rest and restore my humanity, time limit goes down, and that is one fewer investigative scene that I can have. Right? But maybe I need to spend that time limit because I really, really need that resting scene right now. I need to restore my humanity. And it's budgeting your time, quite literally, right? Um, I actually like this because this puts both of these into the same basic framework. So it's not like, oh, you roll how much time limit you lose, or it's kind of nebulous, and this resting action costs this much time, and that resting action costs this much time. No. I like this because it's very clearly in the sense of themes, and that also means as part of the design, I have to very clearly establish what counts as a scene, give tips on how to frame them, what to include, and when to know that a scene is over. Right? Um, that is important. But again, many games do this, and they have very clear mechanics tied to scene framing and scene pacing. Fiasco is a game that does just that. Fiasco is a bit more loose on how it works, but it very clearly has, okay, this is a scene, this is how you set it up, you play it, and then there's a very clear end of the scene, and then there's a mechanical choice at the end of the scene. Similar as well, Misspent Youth, also another game that heavily uses scene framing and scene pacing. It gives every single scene a title and a theme, and you say, okay, we're playing this scene now, this is the setup, and it gives you rules and tables to generate things. And then we're playing this, and then we go into the mechanical stage, and this is how we resolve the scene. So there are games out there that very clearly have mechanical systems for this. So there are a lot of examples to choose from, a lot of things to draw inspiration from. So I'm not afraid of trying this thing. I'm not pioneering anything here, right? I'm on the shoulders of giants. So this is really just you choose. You have two choices whenever you want to start a new scene. Right. So as a player, you say, "Okay, I wish to continue the investigation, and I want like we have this clue here. Let's go and investigate that thing and blah whatever." And then the GM can consult the systems and the rules and tables and such, and say, "Okay, So let's establish this scene. You play it out, you resolve it. And then the scene ends, and then the next player goes, okay, my humanity is really low. I need to spend a resting scene. Okay, so what kind of resting scene? And then maybe you have something on the character sheet that is like, oh, I need to reconnect with my family. Right? Spend a nice dinner with my family. And that helps me regain my humanity. It's like, okay, let's play out this scene. And then there needs to be some sort of mechanical resolution. Okay, that's why I talked through this, right? Imagining how the play happens at the table, because now I realize there needs to be some sort of resolution. It doesn't have to be a die roll, but it needs to be some sort of resolution to give impact to this resting scene, to incentivize players' role playing. You can incentivize role playing, right? Because if a resting scene is just, if a player spends a scene resting and doing something with based on their character choices, they regain X humanity. And then the player can just go, okay, it says here reconnect with my family, restores humanity. I spent one time limit to buy a resting scene. I spent time with my family. Done. Yes, but also, oh, that's so dry and so boring. I want to incentivize at least a bit of role playing in there somehow. Right? Um, so I need some sort of resolution, something in there to make the mechanics be influenced by the narrative, by the things that actually happened in the scene. Ads are about to start again. I'm going to finish my breakfast. This is the last bit. Hooray! And then hydrate, stretch, all that good stuff. And then I will see you on the other side. But yeah, this this is exciting. I haven't done something like this in a while. Mm. So, also, my number one tip, not just my number one tip, basically all game designers' number one tips. If you want to design games, play lots of games.
Endure.
This is not a secret.
Strong.
You ask any game designer, number one tip for becoming a better game designer or learning how game design works, getting into it, play lots of games. Right? Mm. But not just games that you want to design, but games in general. If you want to design role playing games, yes, obviously, play a lot of role playing games. There are so many out there. There are so many amazing ones out there. Play lots of role playing games. Read lots of role playing games. Watch people playing. Right? There's so many live plays out there. Or solo play them, whatever. But also play board games, play card games, play sports, play. Look at. I'm not going to say play, that's Twitch. Look at things like casino games, right? How are they set up? How do they incentivize certain behaviors? In any game, how are they set up? Mechanics, incentivizing behavior, rules, blah, all that good stuff. Play lots of games. If you want to be a designer, a game designer, play lots of games. Number one tip. And Twitch is telling me that ads are done. So, welcome back, everyone. Okay, so what do I need for this to be a thing? I need scene framing, at the very least guides, maybe even some mechanics, question mark, right? That's what I need. I also need um some sort of mechanical resolution resolution that changes something in the game, something mechanical in the game, based on the narrative. By which I mean the events of the scene. So, how the scene plays out, right? And then mechanical resolution, and it needs to be at the end, at the end of scene. So the fiasco, misspent youth. So, how the scene plays out has to determine what the resolution does. And there's multiple things. It can directly influence the mechanics, or it can influence the narrative. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, what are we playing for, essentially, right? So at the end of the scene, you have some sort of resolution, and depending on what happened in the scene, the events of the scene, the resolution, the outcome of the resolution determines certain further narrative prompts. Okay, that is super abstract and that didn't make any sense, I think, the way I said it. Example. Right. You are trying to sneak into some place, or you're trying to get past someone into a place. Now you can approach the scene in different ways, and during the scene, you can either try to convince the person to let you in, you can knock the person out, you can try to sneak past, and so on. And based on this decision, it might not mechanically influence the type of resolution you're making. But what are we resolving for? What do success and failure mean narratively? That is being determined by the events of the scene. And that pushes the rest of the story in a specific direction. If you knock the dude out, right, and then you resolve for that, that leads to a different type of story than trying to persuade the dude to let you in. Right? Success both means that you get your goal, that you get to go into, I don't know, an old warehouse to search for the relic, the Eldritch relic that you're looking for, or whatever, right? They both advance the story, but the direction in which they advance it is different. And that depends on what you do in the scene. And that encourages role playing and telling the story together, because you cannot make a resolution, you cannot perform the scene ending resolution, mechanical resolution, unless you know what you are resolving for, unless you know what success and failure mean. And so it's not necessarily like things like, oh, how much damage do you take, or like other resource management or anything. It can be purely narrative. And it being purely narrative, I think I like that, because that cuts down on the number of systems needed, right? But you need to play the scene, and that also means that players aren't looking at their character sheets constantly saying, oh, I have this many hit points, or oh, I deal this much damage, or blah, whatever. It's purely narrative, you're focused on, you start the scene, you frame the scene, you start the scene, and then you just play, you role play, you tell the story. And then you, at some point, you get to a stage where you hit an impasse, and then you kind of realize, okay, at this point, yeah, let's roll the dice. Now we need to roll the dice. And then that leads to a natural end of the scene and a natural resolution of the events of the scene. Right? So in investigative scenes, that is relatively easy to imagine. In resting scenes, that's the difficult one. So what am I imagining for resting scenes? So I do like the idea that every character has some things written on their character sheet that ground them. Right? Some comfort activities or things like that, right? It can be spending time with family, going out for a drink, losing yourself in hedonism, or whatever, right? Helping out at a soup kitchen, etc., etc. But what are we resolving for?
Raiding party!
Oh, hey!
You must
Oh my
gather
goodness!
your party before venturing forth.
Lysithia, hello! Raid, yes, Raid, hello! How are you doing? Oh, Penelope as well, hi! How are you doing? Hello. What you're playing 100% orange juice? Oh goodness, how did that go? Was it full of the chaos? And did you enjoy? Did you win? Very important. Bots cheat? Oh no, as they usually do. Ah, that sucks. So did the bots win? I'm assuming. But did you at least have fun? Right, that's also important. Yes, thank you for the hydrate routine. Okay. Yeah, welcome. If you don't know me, my name is Cheechin. I'm a bard VTuber, and I play old games and or role-playing games. Except today I'm not playing a role-playing game, I'm designing one. I'm designing a tabletop role-playing game. We've already gone through like 3 hours of designing it, so there's been a lot. Like if I show this, I have all of this already. This is the first slide. Best bard. Am I the only bard you've ever met? Best bard. There's been a lot going on, a lot of notes, and this slide is also almost full. So there's been a lot. Maybe. Okay, I see. So many notes. Journal. Yes. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lysithia. Welcome to the guild. Yeah, I mean, I've been designing for this particular game for a while now. Even like it could have been more notes, but I ramble. I ramble so much. I threw in a critique of the Call of Cthulhu game. Where I was, which is weird. That's okay. I also realized sometimes, oh hey, I know this VTuber. Wait, why am I not following? So it's Twitch is odd. So Twitch just being Twitch. But yeah, I ramble a lot. I talk a lot about the theory behind it. I talk a lot about how to go about designing a game, and during all that time, I'm just not taking notes. So I'm surprised I only have 2 pages. Let's go rest. As my throat is trying to assassinate me. Oh yeah. Go rest. If anyone needs to like rest, drink, hydrate, stretch, or just get off the computer for a bit, yeah, please do. Take care of yourselves first. Otherwise, you're welcome to join what is basically in the middle of designing this game. So I'm designing a Cthulhu Mythos investigative game where the players play ordinary people who have some sort of motivation to investigate this mystery. But investigating any Eldritch mystery means you risk losing your humanity. And you don't want to lose your humanity because if you lose it all, you die. And that's kind of counterproductive to investigating it. Right? So that's the main conflict here. So players don't want to have their characters lose their humanity, but at the same time, there is a time limit to every mystery, right? Cultists are trying to complete a ritual, or someone is unearthing an artifact, an eldritch artifact, or someone is going to be sacrificed, or a portal is going to open and a monster is going to step through, or what have you, right? Or you are cursed by something, and in a week's time, the curse will take full effect. There's so many possible time limits in the Cthulhu mythos that it's relatively easy to just find something and then apply that to the game. So this is where we're at right now. We're designing some mechanics to encourage, or not to encourage, to enforce this theme and facilitate this theme, and to encourage the players to play in accordance to this theme. In accordance with this theme? I don't know. Anyway, so that's what we're doing right now. So this is like messy notes on the mechanics of the game. So right now we have a core resolution mechanic, and now we're doing a scene framing mechanic. Where every scene is a mechanically defined structure in the game, where you start a frame, you frame a scene, you start the scene, and then you play the scene, and then at the end of it, you have the resolution. So you can choose from two types of scenes. You can choose from an investigative scene, which furthers the investigation, which allows you to collect more clues and hopefully solve what is going on. Or you can choose a resting theme, which helps to restore your humanity at the cost of not continuing the investigation, right? And because every scene reduces the time limit, right? Costs you time. And if time runs out, you lose, because then the ritual is completed, the monster is summoned, the curse takes effect, yada yada. Not using an investigative scene means you run the risk of not finishing the investigation in time. But not taking a resting scene means you run the risk of your character dying and being unable to finish the investigation. So both are undesirable. So that's a meaningful choice. And meaningful choices are the bread and butter of games. I never said this. I only just remembered that I never mentioned this. What is a game? We don't need to go into the theory of what is a game, but I am going to quote Sid Meier. Yes, creator of Civilization and a host of other games. Sid Meier. He said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, a game is a series of meaningful choices. He may have used interesting choices or interesting decisions or something along those lines, right? Slightly different words, doesn't matter. Meaning is the same. The general message is the same. A game is a series of meaningful choices. Right? If you don't have any choices, you are not playing a game, you're watching a movie. If you don't have any meaningful choices, you're not playing a game, you're solving an equation. Or you're just randomly going ahead. Right? Those are the two extremes. Either one choice is just mathematically better than everything else, incomparables, as we talked about before, then you're not making any choice, you're just solving an equation. Or if all choices are equally, like, you don't know which choice is better, you don't have any information on them, that's equally meaningless, and then you're just randomly going ahead. Right. Many old choose your own adventure books, for instance, suffered from this, where choices are not necessarily meaningful because the consequences can be very random. Right? You never know until you flip to the next section in the book, and then you get surprised by, wait, dodging the falling rock is bad? What? Why? Right? Because it's all random and it tries to shock you and surprise you, but that makes choices meaningless. Right? So so choices need to be meaningful. You have to have choices first, and the choices need to be meaningful. And then going through a series of these meaningful choices in a framework that we as humans typically identify as play, right? That is a game. Okay? So, how did I get here? See, I ramble. I apologize to everyone who came by. I ramble. This is like my third or fourth time apologizing this stream for rambling, but it's what I do. I'm an old person. I'm a boomer. I get to ramble about things. I just really like game design. I've been doing it for a quarter century, so I ramble a lot about it. How did I get here? Stop apologizing. I could now say sorry. Sorry for apologizing. But yeah, how did I get there? Game. Yeah, this is creating the meaningful choice between, do I choose an investigative scene or do I choose a resting scene? Right? And then so there's a whole bunch of layers. Okay. Ideas swirling around in my head. I need to catch them and structure them right now. This is like a sudden swirl of ideas. So I have the top layer of meaningful choice, which is a type of scene. Right? So investigative versus resting. Right? Then the next layer down, once I have chosen the scene, is the whole framing plus playing the scene. These choices are also meaningful because how I frame the scene, right? What type of scene I construct and how I play this scene influences the resolution at the end, the mechanical resolution, right? What are we playing for? What am I putting on the table? I decide what I put on the table by framing and playing the scene, right? And you don't have to know at the start of the scene. You don't have to know what you're putting on the table. You frame the scene and then you play to find out. And playing to find out is what role-playing games are all about, right? You play to find out. You start, you have the conversation, you throw in ideas, and then as the scene develops, you go, okay, so these are the basic choices I now have. I can go this way, I can go that way. I could put this on the table to resolve around, etc. And then once these things get developed and established and people start recognizing, okay, this is what we're playing for in this scene, that very naturally, this is the hope, very naturally paces the scene and indicates at some point, okay, we have all the information we need. We can now go into resolution and then end the scene, right? So the idea, the hope, I don't know why I'm so excited. The hope is that scenes, just by how I create the mechanics, go through a very natural pacing that starts with the framing, through the development of the scene, to the resolution and end. And then the lead into the next scene, right? Because that's what the resolution does. It leads into some future scene. Maybe not the direct next one, but some future scene will then pick up what just happened. Right? The sneaking into the warehouse example. If you knock out the dude guarding the warehouse, and next scene is you're in the warehouse, that will have consequences of how that deals. Or maybe when you come out of the warehouse and try to get away, right? Maybe the dude wakes up and now tries to chase you, and suddenly you have a chase scene, right? Or if you just persuade the dude to let you in, well, maybe that just means, okay, there's no need for any further complication happening, right? Maybe. Depends on how the die roll went, depends on what exactly we were playing for, etc., etc. Okay, and then you have another layer of meaningful choice, which is in the resolution itself. Right, which is the choice of the die that you pick. So you roll, and you can say, all right, do I want the success or do I want to preserve my humanity? In an investigative scene, right? But maybe something similar in a resting scene. I still need to think of ideas. But this is 3 layers of meaningful choices nested inside each other. Oh, I like this. For some reason, that makes me very happy. Where is my... Oh. Right. So we have these 3 nested layers of meaningful choices. And these go, like, you just go back and forth between them, right? You choose the type of scene, you frame it, you play it, you go to the resolution, and then how you choose to resolve the scene goes back to the denouement of the scene and then influences the choice of the next scene. And then you go back and forth and back and forth. And this is the core gameplay loop. Aha! We have identified, oh my goodness, the core gameplay loop. Core gameplay loop. I didn't even intend to identify the core gameplay loop here, but just by having clear design goals, and this is why design goals are important, having clear design goals and then creating limits and mechanics. Sorry. Hi, Bebu. To go to sleep, I want to check in, give my support for the stream. Thank you so much for being here, for dropping by, Bebu. Have an amazing night. And yeah, it is so great to see you again. And yeah, thanks for dropping in. And for your support. Yeah. Yeah. Good night, Bebu. Everyone say good night, Bebu. Bebu is awesome. Have fun stream. Thank you very much. All right. Where was I? Right, core gameplay loop. So just by having relatively clearly defined design goals, right? What kind of a game do I want to design? how should the game play, what kind of gameplay behavior should the game encourage, what do the players do in the game, right? And then going off of that and designing the core mechanic and other mechanics around it to reinforce and facilitate the base the base theme, what the game is actually about. Just by doing that, the core gameplay loop just arises as a consequence of all that. Like, I didn't have to go. This is amazing. This has never happened before. Probably not. Never happened before. But this is like, holy heck, I'm noticing this right now. Right? So I didn't have to go and artificially craft and define the core gameplay loop. I was just designing the game, and then the core gameplay loop just crystallized out of the design. That is so cool. This is the first time I'm noticing this happening. So I'm pretty excited because this is the first for me. I mean, core gameplay loop, definitely a thing in games, but the way I've been taught about them is you have to understand your core gameplay loop and you have to craft your core gameplay loop first before you can design mechanics. Congrats. And thank you for the hydrate and the Pat's Aqua and the stretch. Oh my goodness. All right. Also, ads will appear soon again, so this is. But yeah, this is the first time it's happened the other way around, essentially. But yeah, I will take this moment to calm down a little bit, stretch a little bit more, and then we will come back to this design. So I will use this app break to take this in and bask in it a little bit, and hopefully get more inspiration. But yeah, it's a lot of. This is also the thing with
in enduring, grow strong.
With things like design classes and design guides. A lot of them just mention all of these various pieces that go into a game and into a game design, but they don't tell you about how does it work, what's it look like. Right, so core gameplay loop is something you find in many guides or explanations or descriptions of how game design works. But they don't go so much into detail. They just say this is a thing in games, and this is important to have, and this is important to know as a designer. You have to identify what your core gameplay loop is. But they don't mention this, that the core gameplay loop can dynamically emerge out of the mechanics. It's always the other way around. It's always, you must first identify the core gameplay loop, and then you must craft mechanics that establish this core gameplay loop. Okay, Twitch is telling me once again that ads are done. So, welcome back, everyone. Core gameplay loop, for those who don't know, is the basic gameplay that you do. Right? The series of meaningful decisions. The loop of meaningful decisions. Loop meaning that is something you do over and over and over. right? And it can be big or it can be small, and a game can have multiple layers of core gameplay loops, or not core game, but gameplay loops. So in a shooter, for instance, the core gameplay loop is aiming and shooting. You aim, you shoot. Then you aim, you shoot, and then you move. Right? Aim, shoot, move. Aim, shoot, move. Aim, shoot, move. Aim, shoot, move. These actions, coupled with whatever decisions and skill expressions that requires in your game, that is the core gameplay loop of most shooters, right? Aim, shoot, move, aim, shoot, move, aim, shoot, move. So that's a relatively small gameplay loop, but no less effective, right? Just see how many shooters there are and how popular they are. So it's a very effective gameplay loop because it's so simple, right? The core gameplay loop of something like Civilization is a bit broader, and it's kind of based around the turns, right? It's like be given resources for turn, allocate resources, and then end the turn. And the whole allocate resources includes a whole bunch of decision points, right? Production in a city, movement of your units, researching which technology, etc., etc. It's a lot of decision points, but the core gameplay loop is be given resources for the turn, allocate these resources, end turn. Right? And then watch your allocated resources do their work as you end the turn, and then start new turn. Right? So that's the core gameplay loop of a game like Civilization. So and you do that over and over and over and over and over for one more turn, right? And that is core gameplay loop. So for many games, the game design, like it's like, okay, you have to know what your core gameplay loop is, and then you design mechanics based around your core gameplay loop. So that's what I've always taken it as. So when I design games, I was like, okay, I need to also identify the core gameplay loop. And in fact, many designers for RPGs, when the big three that I used all the way in the beginning, like, what do the players do? That question. Many designers take that question to mean, what is your core gameplay loop? And because you ask those questions all the way at the high level ideation phase of your design, that makes identifying the core gameplay loop part of the high level ideation. And I've always treated it as such. That is why I have never had this happen, where I just design mechanics and then suddenly I have a core gameplay loop. So this is very exciting for me. There is nothing wrong with having a clear idea of your core gameplay loop in the beginning. Many successful games were designed that way, probably. I don't know the exact design details, it's hard to tell. But the way a lot of designers talk about the core gameplay loop, that is how they designed it. And they make many successful games. So yeah, that is definitely a thing. But now I found out that this is also a thing. This is also a possibility. Okay. Now I need a second type of resolution. I have one type of resolution for the investigative, right? So that is degree of success versus loss of humanity, right? That is what you are basically resolving for in an investigative scene. Right? That's the die roll system we have here on the left side. You roll, you pick a die based on how successful you want to be, and if you want to lose humanity or not. Sometimes the dice show up really well, and you can succeed well and not lose humanity. Awesome, that can happen, right? That's why we roll dice, because things happen. Sometimes your die roll is really bad, and you just get a whole bunch of bad numbers, and you're like, well, the choice was done for me. But that can also happen, right? That is also part of rolling dice. The the risk and the variable outcomes are a feature, not a bug. Now we need one for the resting scene. So what are we resolving for in the resting scene? Uh hmm. Idea. So I said I want the restoring humanity part to be tied to the character, so that the character at the beginning and character creation defines a couple of things that help their character restore their humanity. Like spending time with family, going out for a drink, etc. So how can I utilize that? Characters, okay, I'm just throwing out ideas. Characters define a certain number of these things, maybe like 2 or 3. 3 is a nice amount of choices, and apply a value to these. And the value is how much humanity they regain on a successful roll. No, not on a successful roll. How much humanity. I don't want restoring humanity to be chance based. I want you to, if you choose a resting scene, you're guaranteed to restore humanity. So I don't want that to be a risk. So when they pick a scene with that particular aspect of their character, that particular activity, they will restore that amount of humanity. So, like spending time with family, 3 or something. And if they choose a resting scene where they spend time with family, they regain 3 humanity. But the role is whether or not you can keep spending time with family, or if spending time with family in the future is as effective. So, depending on how the role goes, you can say, all right, I've spent time with my family, right? I was spend time with family 3, but the role now indicates, okay, if I want to restore all my humanity here, I need to lower that by 1. So the next time I use this and spend time with family, I can only restore 2 humanity. Because my nature has fundamentally changed with my brush against the mythos, and I am becoming less and less human overall, and my connections to my old life become less and less effective at restoring my humanity. That is. I like that. I think. So the risk is not, do I restore humanity? The risk is, will I restore as much humanity in the future? And again, the higher the number, the higher the risk that it goes down. Which is the exact same system as humanity loss in investigative scenes. So players don't have to learn a second system for dealing with resting scenes compared to dealing with investigative scenes. It's the same system. You roll low, you choose your die, but if your die is too low, number go down, right? And you don't want number go down. Same system. That is one possibility. The reason I'm saying it's one possibility and the reason I'm still doubtful is because I just remember some. But let me write this down first. So you have degree of or amount of humanity restored. Maybe the die roll influences that, and the higher the number, the higher the chance of restoring more humanity or something. Again, what exactly the numbers do, that is not important right now. Restored versus losing losing connection. I'm just going to write it like this right now. Right? Or the connection is becoming less effective. Which is narratively, you're losing connection, right? You're losing touch to your old life, to what makes you human. Now the reason I'm still a bit there's still a bit of nagging doubt in the back of my mind. It's because I want cooperation and collaboration between players and player characters to be a thing. So maybe there can be a third type. Or maybe there is something that applies to both. So you have cooperation, right? That can apply to both types of scenes, and these make the scene more interesting, right? And change the risk benefit, the cost benefit analysis in some way, essentially, right? So maybe characters have connections to other PCs in some way, and if you roll poorly, quote unquote poorly, because a low roll means you restore lots of humanity, but it's like double-edged sword, right? But you also lose your connection. Then you lose your connection to the other player character, or maybe the other player character loses something, right? Maybe the other player character loses humanity. It's like you regain a bunch, but the other player character loses. And that makes it very interesting. That is one way of shifting humanity around. Maybe someone has got really lucky with their rolls, and they're still at relatively high humanity. And another character has just not done well and is at 1. And then it's like, okay, let's have a scene together, you and I, where I am lamenting the fact that we're on this investigation, blah. We play out the scene, we roll. Oops. And I have a chance to regain some humanity, but you have a chance of losing one of yours. And then the other player can go, okay, sure. I am willing to pay one of my many humanity points to give you a chance to restore some of yours. Right? And that is that changes the cost. And that is another meaningful decision. So you can have either a resting scene that deals with your character's background and their connections to the world, or you can have a resting scene that deals with the character's connection to another character, player character, right? Something similar in investigative scenes, right? I mean, investigative scenes, because of the nature of this game, I am imagining that player characters can go on investigative scenes alone, and the scenes aren't too long, right? Where the other players are encouraged to throw in ideas, even though their characters are not on the scene. And to make sure everyone participates, even though only one or maybe two characters are there in the story. That is the collaboration part, right? The cooperation part would be that another player character, again, can shoulder costs or can change the cost benefit analysis of the resolution that you're making at the end of a scene. I don't know how to do that one yet. Maybe that another character also loses humanity. That would tie in with the resting scene, but that would be a bit too simple, maybe. I don't know. Might be able to be abused depending on how the system goes. I don't know enough about the system yet to have something clear there. But for the resting scene, I can say PC and PC scene. PC1 restores humanity. PC2 risks losing humanity. And then you can say, am I willing to pay a point of my connections, background connections? Or am I willing, or is another player, you cannot force other players, very important, right? Other players have to consent to doing the scene with you. Or is another player willing to spend one of their points of humanity to help me restore mine? Right? And that's how you can have interesting scenes together. Again, this is not my idea directly. This comes from a different game as well called Perseverant. Also a really good game. Doesn't feel quite finished yet. But I find it really cool, really amazing, and I've been trying to use the inspirations I've got from that game, Perseverant, to apply to my own games. So, again, all of this stuff has been done before. I am not innovating. I am not pioneering so much, right? Role-playing games have been around for 50 years. Role-playing game design really picked off 20, 25 years ago. And there are thousands or tens of thousands of role-playing games out there. A lot of things have already been done, right? In one way or another. So play more games. Play more games. Then you don't have to invent these things from scratch and create these things from first principles. It has been done. I don't know yet what to do with the investigative scenes for a cooperative aspect. And I don't know yet. One thing here that's still missing for me. I just realized that, and that is the incentive to role play. So this thing here, both of these, missing RP incentive. Right? So essentially, if you pick a resting scene, you don't have to roleplay as it is written right now. You can just go, okay, I am spending one time limit point to buy a resting scene, and I pick this connection with family, right? Spend time with family, and then I will spend time with family, and then I will roll, and then see if I regain all of my humanity, or if I lose a bit of the connection. Done. Scene over. And that's not what I want. I want there to be role playing. But right now, this is just gaming. This, as it is written, it is just gaming, and there is no space for the role playing. And that is. And we're designing role playing games, right? So, yes, the gaming part is important, but you need to have space and encourage the role playing in there somehow. Right? And again, yeah, sure. Players can roleplay this. Nothing is saying you cannot roleplay on this. And some players will take this system as it is written right now and play hour-long scenes. Yeah, okay, more power to them. But that is doing it despite of the system, not because of the system. And I want role-playing to happen because of the system. I want the system, I want the game to integrate with the role playing because it's not a board game and it's not just pure role play, it's a role playing game. The two need to be in harmony. Right? So, and that's the big difficulty for me personally designing role playing games is it's very easy to fall into the trap of just designing the game and then leaving no space for the role play. Uh, and that is another reason why I so rarely finish projects, because I just get stuck on things like this. Okay. That being said, I've been going at this for 4 hours. That's about as much sleep as I've had. So I am starting to feel the tired kick in. And I'm starting to feel my brain slowing down, definitely. So I am going to call it here. Managed to do quite a lot, though. Like, holy heck. Got a lot done. Actually. So did the big design goals, and then a lot of the mechanics and the core gameplay loop, the core mechanic, a lot of these things crystallizing themselves. Yeah. So I am going to do more of these. These are a lot of fun. And I mean, it's always worth, like, there's probably new people who come in, people who've missed the beginning or whatever. And it's worth reiterating design principles and like design fundamentals again and again. That's what makes them fundamentals. They're important, right? Is the reason I still read a lot about how to design, even though I know a lot of the stuff, because it's just reinforcing it. And design more and different games. So next week, at the same time, I'm going to do this again. And we can decide if I continue this or if I start a new game. I heard another new game. Oh my goodness. But yeah. I am going to call it here, though. I am starting to feel the tired creeping in. Okay. Yeah, so let's look for someone to raid. And while I do that, I am going to say thank you, everyone who came by. I hope this was interesting. I don't know if this is interesting. I don't know if this is a thing people want to see. Maybe it is. We'll see. But yeah, for now, I'm going to continue. I don't know. I'm enjoying these, and I do want to use this as well to get a couple of designs done to get back into designing regularly. and such. So yeah, definitely gonna be a series. Whew. Okay, brain. Thank you everyone for coming by. This was a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. I will do this again next week. Thank you for the raids, right? Thank you, Vessel, and thank you, Lysithia, for the raids. And we are going to raid. Who is on right now? It's always the same usual. It's always the usual suspects who are on at this time. But sure, why not? They're cool people. So we can go raid Code again. Code playing Pokemon Scarlet Violet, Infinite Fusion Pokemon Scarlet Violet. So a lot of chaos. But yeah, very chill streamer. Plays a lot of smaller games, retro games, indie games, and such. Yeah, so do say hi at the very least, right? And feel free to hang out there as well. Code is amazing. All right, so raid Code channel. All right. So yeah, thanks everyone. I will be back on Saturday my time. Saturday morning my time with Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. Right, so from designing an RPG to playing an RPG, right, continuing our saga in that one. And then on Sunday with our V-Rising collab. And then, yeah, and then more streams next week. All right. I hope to see you again soon. Everyone, stay hydrated, stretch, rest, take care, and bye-bye.